are now present here for our annual CAS Conclave, ImpactX 2022. ImpactX stands for Innovative Monitoring for Policy Action and Community Transformation. I, Vanchika, welcome you all. In order to commence the event at an auspicious note, I request our honorable panelists, Mr. Subrata Ghosh, Mr. Rudnil Chattopadhyay. I extend a heartful welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Shashwat Patra. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Yes.
Can you request Father to do it on behalf of our keynote speaker?
Yes. I request Father Anthony to please light the lamp on behalf of our keynote speaker.
Dr. Sasmit, I'm doing honors because of you.
I now request Father Registrar to please felicitate our speakers. Thank you, sir. I now hand over to Governance and Public Affairs to give a way to set the objective of the spirited project.
Good morning to all of you. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Father Anthony Arbouri, and on behalf of our Registrar, Father Tony, who is also going to deliver the inaugural address for this occasion, I would like to welcome all of you to this important event which our school is organizing for the first time. We are extremely privileged to have who has been kind enough to accept our invitation to deliver the keynote address. He would have loved to be with us physically because the parliament sessions are on. He is in Delhi, but nevertheless, he has been kind enough to take some time to be with us virtually, and we will have a chance to listen to him shortly. And I would like to welcome our friend, QCI, Quality Council of India, it is through their support and with their collaboration, we are organizing this program. So, on behalf of our XIM University family, I extend a hearty welcome to Mr. Ghosh for having graciously accepted our invitation and be with us. The next speaker, Dr. Priyadarshi Das, is on the way. In fact, he reached yesterday. He is staying in Puri. Unfortunately, our car went late to fetch him, but he's on the way. He'll be joining shortly. Friends, we have sessions. One panel session in the morning wherein we have 3 external speakers in addition to the keynote address and also the inaugural address. Then in the afternoon, we have 2 eminent speakers. One representing Janagraha in Bangalore, Dr. Vishwanath, and also Mr. Roy, who is heading the Tata Trust. So they have been also extremely happy to collaborate with us, and they will be joining us in the afternoon for the second panel session. Of course, it will be a virtual session. Dear students, this is your program, and therefore I don't have to welcome you because it is our program. Nevertheless, there are some new faces I see from other schools. Young Jesuits are also there in addition to our own student Nitin. So my colleagues and everybody, I welcome once again all of you for a happy, joyful and a meaningful learning. Thank you so much.
Set the stage for us to begin with the conclave.
Respected Professor Pippin, Dean, School of Governance and Public Affairs, coordinator for this program, faculty colleagues, honorable member of the Sasmit Patraji, panelists, those who are present here, especially from the Quality Council of India, my dear students. First of all, my gratitude and congratulations to the FES as they host their first event, ImpactX. And my best wishes also to the career advisory team of the School of Governance Public Affairs who are coordinating this particular event. My gratitude to our dear Sasmit Patra for his gracious presence and participation in this event. Dear participants, dear panelists, gathered today to deliberate on public policy, especially in relation to business governance in a sustainable world. Gather as academicians, as policy makers represented by our Honorable MP, and as ones who dialogue about policy, dialogue about standards in policy making and execution of the policy, all in relation to business governance in a We are very grateful to the Quality Council of India, the main sponsors of this event. It also brings on board today in our 2 panels 4 different organizations. Council of India, which has the 5 main accreditation boards, they certify that there is some quality. Education in hospitals, healthcare providers, in testing and calibration laboratories, and the board of certification bodies too, all the ISOs that we see. So, and it aligns very well with our own Jesuit goal of excellence. Excellence in all that we do, including this particular event. Small school, but great efforts, bringing minds together, deliberating, all aiming for excellence. Quality by which we stand, quality our bedrock. And we are never satisfied as we keep repeating to ourselves, we are against mediocrity. Execution of those policies in place. It also brings to today other 3, starting RAS, the Research and Information System for Development. They're coming on board in the person of Dr. Priyadarshi Dash, especially now where we have the G20, the presidency of India. And recently we had, I hope you all participated in that event, the University Connect. Especially in the South-South collaboration, their role in BRICS, their role in ASEAN, they're coming on board for deliberations today. It speaks volumes. We welcome them too. Third one is very much connected to the context, because we do things in context. We are in Odisha, which is known for path-breaking, pioneering policies. But the revision of those policies, governance and sustainability, as one of our values of XIM University. And we have 5 business schools in XIM University. We take ourselves within Odisha, and that is where the third collaborator comes into view, Janagran, represented by Mr. Srikanth Viswanathan. Janagran, which has collaborated, which has partnered with our state, our dear state of Odisha, in Chief Minister and the entire governance structure in Odisha. I'm sure you'll hear more and more about this. Basically, it's about rehabilitation of the poor and the disadvantaged and the urban slums that we have, in Odisha. It is at Janagar Center for Citizenship and Democracy, to is collaborating. Their community-centric initiatives, especially in relation to sustainable livelihood opportunities, and their own they too are partnering with us in XIM University, represented by the SGPA faculty and the students in deliberating today on public policy in relation to business governance in a sustainable way. exercise for us as we will be here. By RIS, represented by QCI, Tata Steel, and Janagaya. I wish the best of deliberations and God bless us all. And a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Sas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joining us online on Zoom. Our keynote speaker for the conclave is Honorable Member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha, Dr. Shashman Patra, who also holds the membership of the Vice as well as the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Office of Prophet. He is also the National Spokesperson and Media Coordinator of the Biju Janata MBA and further a PhD in Human Resource Management. He has 17 years of experience in academic, industry, and the corporate sector, apart from a host of social and political experiences. He was the faculty of Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And namaskar to everyone out there. And my apologies right at the outset for not being physically present with you. And though it's a weekend, there are certain activities that still keep rolling here with the parliamentary party. So I just couldn't be physically there with you. But I'm very grateful that I could get an invitation. We have with us Professor Father S. Anthony Raj, the Registrar, XIM University. We have Professor S. Pepin, the Dean, School of Governance and Public Affairs. We have Dr. Priyadarshi Das, who is the Associate Professor. And we have with us Dr. Priyadarshi Das, the Research and Information Systems for Developing Countries, Mr. Subrato Ghosh from the QCI, Mr. Rudranil Chattopadhyay from the QCI, and I believe there are panels that's going to come up with Mr. Saurav Roy of the Tata Steel Foundation and Mr. Shrikant Vishwanathan of the Janagra Center for Citizenship and Democracy. So thank you so much, faculty, staff, students, ladies and gentlemen of the School of Governance and Public Affairs at XIM University. It's a privilege and a pleasure this morning for me to be amongst you virtually and to be speaking on this very important aspect of public policy, business and governance in a sustainable world. Now, the idea of a sustainable world is something that has been in currency for many years, or many decades. We always keep and talk about sustainability. But probably over the last few years, with the COP25, COP26, and COP27, our commitments towards building a more resilient world, which is more resilient towards climate change, which is more focused and responsive to governance in sustainability, has increased. Recently, the Honorable Prime Minister, in his talk in Europe, had also suggested that by 2070, we would be net zero in carbon emissions. And today, the government of India, as well as various state governments, including the Odisha government led by our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik ji, have started working on the space of governance focused on a sustainable world and sustainability. Now, sustainability, as we all understand, has got many connotations, many definitions, many ideas, and the School of Sustainability at XIM has been doing tremendous work under the leadership of Professor Pepin. One of the key areas of governance going forward in terms of sustainability and public policy and business are going to be the transition from brown jobs to green jobs, which basically means that if there are these brick and mortar industries that are existing today, and the jobs that they have are usually dealt with fossil fuel energy. Now, whether we talk it in terms of fossil fuel, but they're definitely not renewable energy. So how do we transition those jobs and those businesses from the brown economy to the green economy? And how do we really build this green economy going forward with response to our global climate commitments that we have been making and our presumed targets in terms of emissions relating to carbon, especially with industries and especially with the jobs that go with it? I think that is a key area with which I would like to start. As the theme today goes is public policy, business and governance in the sustainable world, I'd like to take it through three perspectives. The first perspective is in terms of public policy, business and governance through the area of legislation. Now, that is where I belong, that is where I'm present, and that is why I want to really focus on that. One of the key areas of legislations that we see nowadays coming in the country, for example, we had just a couple of days back, we passed the Wildlife Protection Amendment Bill. And the focus was, for the very first time probably, to check the inflow of invasive species into the ecosystem of India and how to protect the wildlife, flora and fauna from the invasive species. Now, as legislations become more and more responsive towards sustainability, I would say there is a position shift in legislation relating to the idea of sustainability. It no longer is a lip service because governance at various levels is falling short of the performances required, primarily because of our short-sightedness in terms of legislation. Our legislations usually have been more transactional in nature. Our legislations have been usually more focused on the immediate. Our legislations are also amended towards the specifics, more towards populism at many times. But of late, we find that the growing dynamics of challenges that we find relating to sustainability and the need to have a sustainable world is leading to a shift in the focus of legislation and lawmaking in the parliament and the state legislatures. One of the key areas where I feel that public policy can really focus on is to really work with the stakeholders of the government in terms of legislations. You would be surprised to know, my dear friends, that when we talk about lawmaking, the degree of seriousness that is expected of a lawmaking entity, whether the parliament or the state legislatures, is relatively less than you would presume. And why I say so? I say so because having been an academician myself and having worked as an academician, when I transitioned into the area of public policy, one thing that I saw was today, when a bill comes for discussion, the amount of time that is spent in terms of discussing a specific bill, and I'm confining it with bills relating to sustainability, like the wildlife protection. It came only 24 hours before the bill was supposed to go on the floor of the House. You can well imagine today, even in parliamentary affairs, the focus and the need for deliberations, for the time spent in terms of understanding and appreciating the legislation, to be able to work out the more finer details of that legislation, more so when that legislation has been to a standing committee of parliament and has gone through legislative scrutiny. So when such a bill has gone through legislative scrutiny, you need time to really read the standing committee's recommendations. You need time to understand what were the specific objections. You need time to understand what were the various stakeholders from various sections of society that came, deliberated, discussed, and red flagged issues. And after having done that, how does it really come down to the idea of finding its space in the final bill that is placed by the minister? I think this entire space of only 24 hours of a notice period itself is very short-sighted at times. So I think somewhere we have to really focus as an institution, as people who are working in the public policy space, to work with the concerned stakeholders and to help them, strengthen them, and with the lawmakers as well, to see that can we strengthen this idea of lawmaking. The second area which I would like to suggest, and this is again an opportunity I would like to give to Professor Pepin and the school and to Father Anthony Raj and the university, can we find out measures by which we can probably dovetail a relationship between the school with the lawmakers themselves? There is always the provision of private members' bills. Now, those private members' bills are created by the members of parliament themselves. And then each member of parliament, as well as an MLA, can also introduce them during the private members' day in the legislature or in the parliament. It's a wonderful opportunity, especially for the students who could work as probably interns or get associated with the lawmakers. And I would be very happy to firstly offer myself, and we have 3 private members' bills coming up that I can position and I can introduce in the coming budget session. Winter session, I have already filed 3. So I had last year, in my previous term of the 3 years that I had filed about 11 private members' bill, ranging from transgender rights to women's reservation to trafficking and various other things. But I'll be very happy if we have 3 students from the school would work with me, and I'll be very happy to also provide a formal commendation letter as well after you have worked on the private members' bill, to when it's produced in the parliament, it's introduced in the parliament, and the focus and the link of public policy, of governance, finds echo and resonance through that bill when it's introduced in the parliament, becomes a property of the parliament, but it is for the school, for the institution, for the university, and its students to say, yes, we have a voice also in the parliament through this introduction of the bill. So our vision, our focus, our thoughts, our ideas, our ethos of sustainability also finds its place in the larger gamut of legislation and lawmaking through our ideas, through private members' bill. That is one area that we can explore in legislation that would really help. And I would be very happy to introduce you to some of my colleagues. You already know my senior colleague, Dr. Amar Patnaik, who is an honorable member of parliament, has been a doctoral, he's a doctoral graduate from XIM. He was one of the main people, along with Professor Pepin and others, to ideate the School of Governance and Public Affairs. And he has a number of interns who work with him. So also we have a number of colleagues from my party who would be willing, and I can share details with them, how we can develop private members' bill. And through that, you can build the idea of public policy, business and governance for a sustainable world. So what I'm giving you is not only theory, I'm giving you an application. You can apply it, you can get your students to work on it, and that work will find its place on the floor of the parliament. So that will be something which will be very actionable. The second area, which probably the school can think of along with its students, is there are different parliamentary standing committees. And many a times parliamentary standing committees also invite various institutions to act as witnesses and give their expert advice on various areas of governance and public policy. So would you be interested? If yes, what are those areas that we can look at? I think that is one area where your voice, your vision of public policy, business and governance in a sustainable world can also find place in terms of your views and recommendations in the standing committees whenever that situation arises. It's far and few between, but it's a good space to be in, to learn and to also ideate and to be standing before a parliamentary standing committee in all its presence, where their views and their questions and their ideas you can share, and you can also ideate with them in terms of creating new areas of thought processes towards sustainability. So in short, I would say public policy, business and governance, I think in today's world is being taken more seriously and is no longer a lip service, because the nation as a whole, given our international commitments, global commitments, our announcements in the various COPs that we have done, COP 25, 26, 27, we have been very ambitious in terms of our targets of carbon emissions. We are very ambitious in terms of becoming carbon net zero by 2070. So all these ambitions, and we are taking leadership positions in Southeast Asia and South Asia. My closing remarks would be that going forward, I'm very sure that the School of Governance and Public Policy will do a tremendous job in terms of building this relationship going forward. And let's turn our thoughts into actions. I've given you two specific areas. One is the private members bill, and the second is the parliamentary standing committees. In the state government of Odisha as well, Professor Pepin is associated with the highest authorities of FADMA who are actually working in public policy. And we are going to work also with FADMA and others to try and see that the vision and the ideas of the school and the university finds its actions and resonance in the policy making, not only policy advocacy, but it's in policy formulation and policy implementation. So when we do the entire chain from policy advocacy to policy implementation and monitoring, and finally to the results, that is the true sense of our accomplishment as a school, as a university going forward. I thank Professor Pepin, Professor Anthony Raj, the entire school for this wonderful opportunity. I look forward to being with you on campus when I'm in Bhubaneswar. Last 1 month, I was there in Odisha, but the by-elections were on and we had to win it after having lost one. And we did it with great style with 42,000 votes margin, led by our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji. So in January, if I'm around, I would definitely seek the discretion and the indulgence of Father Professor Raj and Professor Pepin, and look forward to meeting you there. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful conclave and God bless. Thank you.
I request you to stay for a minute more. If you have time.
Sure.
Thank you so much on behalf of our university and also on behalf of our school. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. You have given us two very important strategic directions as a way forward for our school. I think in one word, building relationship, or sorry, two words, building relations with the legislative community. That is the key message, and I assure you with your best wishes and your support, we are going to take this idea forward. And in fact, we have started worked as interns with one of our members of Rajya. And this idea has been there, but now you have given us a very concrete suggestion and direction, and certainly we'll be very happy to take this idea forward. If you have 5 minutes, in fact, our students have prepared a short video on their scholastic journey. This is new school, and you have been from day one. If you have time, can I request you to be?
Of course, would love to, sir. Surely, sure.
Us with your insightful address and walking us through the possibilities that public policy as a field of study possesses in India today. We now request Mehli Roy Chaudhary from the Master's Program and Syed Omik from the undergraduate course to present their journey as students of the School of Governance and Public Affairs at XIM.
Here to give you an insight into our scholastic journey of 2 years. Xavier's Institute of Management University Bhubaneswar. Our university is known to provide quality management a holistic environment, cultivating soft skills and scientific rigor to address a myriad of challenges faced. Let us take a look around the scholastic journey of the batch of 20. In the insightful words of author Seth Godin, Transformational leaders don't start by describing a future they would like to create. Translating to always for the better and greater, which our university stands by. Moving on to highlighting the vision of the school. Pandemic brought with itself unprecedented times, which our interface with the discipline, faculty, and our peers was initially which came with its own unique set of challenges. While studying the digital divide, we experienced it firsthand in our differing access to technology. It was it wouldn't have been possible without the constant support. Pandemic taught lessons have been a learning curve. The ideas have been fully incorporated and realized into our course curriculum. One of the most attractive features of which is its along with the basic dynamics of policy making. The course offers a platform to engage with a multitude of themes on a daily basis, each challenging in its own right. Some of our internships have been designed keeping in mind training and immersive. The local government immersion program is a unique experience after the first semester to orient ourselves to grassroots level. Our batch visited both district and one Gram Panchayat, namely Bamanda, Sarsara, Mujumbi. Like in Manrega, PMAY, water sanitation, Mission Shakti, etc. It was a monumental learning experience for everyone. The organizational profile for the 2023 Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology Delhi, GIZ Delhi, Synergia Foundation Bangalore, leader of opposition MP from Odisha, Policy Innovation Lab, Economy Advisory Coordinator. My class cohort worked in solving real-time problems, addressing direct interface with policy practitioners and industry experts that is added to our academic and professional growth. National Conference or Niti Aram, much awaited event of the year. In 2022, the thematic focus was on citizenship and human rights. Across the globe have shown enthusiastic participation, including students from our own school. Praxis, an in-house committee organized activities like think tank monthlies, public lectures, live projects, public policy in disaster risk reduction and role of civil society. The XIM University space acts as a catalyst from different socio-cultural backgrounds. Ranging from colorful cultural events to on-campus discussions, various clubs and committees have graced our days with meaningful engagement and growth. Without a doubt, the radical inclusivity this university has offered us as an end goal which has been an integral part of our growth apart from the is truly a microcosm of the world that awaits us. Smiling, cheerful faces here represent.
So we just have 2 more minutes.
Okay, quickly.
Life's all about transitions and adjusting to changes. One of the big change that everybody has to face in the life is leaving behind school life and moving towards brand new adventures of university, filled with questions, ambitions, and excitement. All you need is a home away from home. Good morning to everyone present here. Good morning, Honorable Dean, Father Ishta, and the keynote speakers. I'm Sai Bhomik, undergraduate second year, and I would like to present a video on the best parts of XIM. Thank you.
The university.
History was made on July 6, 2013, with the establishment of the newly named History was made on July 6, 2013, with the establishment of the newly named XIM University. Infrastructure designed specifically to promote and provide quality education, professionals learning, and a serene environment. XIM University's flagship management institute, which over the past 34 years has been recognized as a premium business school in the country. It aspires to lead the country in management education by focusing on research and innovation. With a small start in 1987 in management education, XIM University has now 12 schools offering a doctoral, master's, and undergraduate programs. XIM University aspires to lead the country in multidisciplinary education by focusing on excellence and innovation. The university has stood out distinctively when it comes to the spirit of Magis, that is, aiming for excellence in everything it does.
Patiently watching this short presentation by our students. If you have any
Thank you,
questions
Professor.
to ask, you ask our students any question. If you have time.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Just wanted to thank you for the wonderful presentations and both the PowerPoint as well as the video. It reminds me of 2013. A small anecdote I would like to leave you with. When the Xavier University bill was supposed to be passed by the Odisha Legislature Assembly in 2013. So I still remember that momentous day. That day, the then Vice Chancellor, one senior professor, and myself, three of us were there in the Vidhan Sabha. And we had lunch that day in the canteen of the Odisha Vidhan Sabha. And we spent the entire 8 to 10 hours that day roaming around the office of the then Higher Education Minister to see that somehow it gets passed, because till the last moment there were many hitches. But today, when I see this beautiful wide campus where I have taught as a teacher, I have been there working as a teacher and a professor, it gives me immense pleasure and gives me so much of inspiration, because recently I met a delegation from Seattle University in Delhi, and one of them is probably come and met our Vice Chancellor there as well. And I was just telling them that, look, I'm a half Jesuit, despite I'm a married person. And why I'm a half Jesuit, it's because I studied in a Jesuit school, not necessarily Jesuit, but definitely Catholic. And then my entire work experience, most of it has been with XIM and XIMB. So I started with XIMB, then it was Xavier University, then it was XIM University. So I have always been a part and parcel of it. So it is family to me, XIM University, and each one of you are family. And I always cherish, and these presentations just makes me more nostalgic. Thank you for having me today on your session.
Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mihili and Sayed, for the illustrious presentations. I now request respected Father Registrar to please felicitate our third speaker, Dr. Priyadarshi Das. We would now like to proceed with the IT in Dining Hall 2. Our volunteers will assist the way to the hall.
Volunteers.
Tell them what time we have to come back.
welcome back. We are elated to present our first panel. Ruth Neil Chattopadhyay. Dr. Priyadarshi Das is Associate Professor at Research and Information Systems for Developing Countries (RIS), New Delhi, India. He contributes to RIS work programs on G20, BIMSTEC, Indo-Pacific, and Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. His research interests include services, trade, regional financial cooperation, infrastructure finance, microeconomic and development strategies, and the blue economy. Dr. Das has published two books titled Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, Development and Pacific, and the second book, Universal Banking in Trends and Performance, and several papers in peer-reviewed journals and edited volumes. He is a member of the editorial advisory board of Cambridge Scholars Publishing, London, member of the editorial board of Advances in Economics and Business, member of the editorial review board of from the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Project Planning and Implementation Division at the Quality Council of India. With 30 plus years of global work experience under his belt, business process outsourcing, that is BPO, NBFC, banking and HR consulting spanning across UK, Africa, Europe, and APAC, and insight on project implementation, synergizing with business innovation, providing his expertise in the PPI division ensures the robust implementation and back-end research of policies by young professionals and senior experts alike. Mr. Rudranil Chattopadhyay is a project manager under the Policy Unit of the Council of India. As a policy lead, Mr. Chattopadhyay has spearheaded the formation of this unit that now looks intersecting between technology and policy, developing a branding system for enhanced quality of Indian products, and creating a national quality mission to improve the lives of Indian citizens. Focusing upon an India-centric development are some key with and is passionate about. I now request our moderator for the panel, Professor Johnny Arokiraj, to please take over.
Thanks to XIM University for inviting me to this important conclave, especially Professor Ravi, and also Professor Javi, Professor Conclave, administration of XIM for this kind invitation. And thank you for everybody. I feel privileged to be however, I'm an Odia and I'm just a few 30-40 kilometers from here. Also, thank for this opportunity. There are a couple of plenary sessions and others. What's the aim? There was a session for students. I met what I did was appreciated that time. I was thought of sharing with you. So takes me back to those days. Then I pondered over this confidently, and also it was everywhere. Their ability to develop new technologies. So technology in an era of digital technologies and the first generation of internet and all sorts of applications of IT. Now, where artificial intelligence and other blockchain and other things we are discussing, big data, slides or some thoughts with our students. Both for business, for government. Some of the ideas that I thought of sharing, when you say advanced digital technologies, in the production front, what is happening there's a transition happening to Industry 4.0. So Industry 4.0 is basically production characterized by automation, robotics, 3D printing. What do you achieve out of this? Certainly that can you stop this process to happen? But such systemic changes happening in the economy, which you cannot reverse. What you can do, you can manage. You should love. What type of changes it has brought in the government? You know that whether it has brought transparency, it has brought accountability, it has brought a better recording of what you do in terms of the government's delivery of programs. Fourth one is actually linked to the second, that how the public transports by the central government and state governments have become seamless and predictable in a digital. But then we are empowering the people, the average citizens of the. When you talk about fluoride, as I mentioned, it has been always the privilege of the advanced economies to extract the gains, whatever we imagine. Something new has come. They invest in that. they invest in R&D. So all advanced economies has cost mover. But leverage the port either for or they are losing out their market to advanced economies is the case. What requires or what is required is not go in a business as usual fashion. Now, what does it mean when you say roster theory of development? Agriculture, then you move to manufacturing, then you move. How to be disrupted, and this is because it helps you to leapfrog. If you are somewhere here in the production function, you can jump and help your production structure and you can move straight from agriculture to services, which is in late 90s and 2000, whatever services sector growth we have. So here one has to see what type of then how to accommodate the job losses that we have. See that a lot of job displacement doesn't. So in the downstream of the engineering departments like foreman, others, they need to be reskilled so that they don't lose the job, they will still be retained, but there are new skills where we need. When you think of financial inclusion, say be it Jan Dhan program, be it which we call JAM Trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile telephony. In for the country because millions are now connected to are not educated like us, those who have not seen even a bank, how does a bank look like? They are now sufficiently literate about financial transactions. They were scared to visit a bank because they don't have money. They have nothing to do with a bank. Other about exploring that. But account opening through Jan Dhan, zero account opening. So they were instill confidence in them that you can still self-help groups, microcredit firms, institutions have sort of inculcated it. They were thinking I earn 100 rupees a day, so I have nothing to say. Government is leveraging on. So small amount of borrowing is. There are so many fintech platforms. I can assure you that if you badly need any money, their interest, you can get the credit extended to you in 5 minutes through mobile phone. I have tried it. The amount of transfer of 500 rupees were done during Aadhaar enabled accounts seamlessly in a single day. several billions of rupees were transferred to the accounts of the poor people in a single day. So you got rid of the intermediary. It is connected with the system. You can always go and what you are doing, the other. Then, so this part I have already covered. So basically transfer payment and then the interface between, because there are, besides this money transfer, there are other ways of communication between people. Somebody from the Ministry of Agriculture will be responsible. It may not be, somewhere it is automatic, some insurance policy, search and Google, the virtual assistants are there. So somewhere they are trying to reach out to everyone, sort of ignore it. This part I spent since we are witnessing a very rapid pace of digitalization, academics are always suspicious. So they have started. And is this a new platform which creates the haves and have-nots? To some extent, that is truth. Scholars, being research scholars and academics, we should always be suspicious of everything that is happening around us. Then only that provides you some masala to do. Then everything is truth for you. You have no incentive. There. So, does digital divide something to worry about? It has become a relative concept. But faster, imagine the level of development in the United States. Societies like US also, some people have high access to high. But then you are not able to afford that service, so you are not subscribing to that. In a relative sense, that a farmer can't pay 1,200 rupees for a package to Airtel, but we happily pay it. So it's a relative sense. We have to ensure that the access to high-speed internet, access to right kind of internet facilities are available at affordable prices. So that's digitalization is empowering people. Everybody has a smartphone, but sets have become quite reasonably low price so that we can. So that is the empowerment component is. So whatever I speak these days, I focus on this part. Before that, if you want to see the extent of digital divide across regions, this is quite detailed. I mean, little detailed. It was 2019, which I used for some other occasion. So if you see in the Asia Pacific region, for our students, Asia Pacific region, Asia and then the Pacific Islands, Fiji, Guinea, and all this. 49 plus countries. So the access to internet for male is 48.3, women 41. The gap is shrinking day by day, but still but they are not aware of what prices they could get. So they have created a digital portal where the prices of the commodities, Ayurvedic commodities, otherwise you may end up selling it at a distress price. You don't know. Somebody says I will buy it at 20 rupees, then you sell it. Later on you realize I could have sold it at 40 rupees per kilo. So to address this asymmetric information about markets, digitalization is also helpful. And also during COVID, small farms could able to sustain. Otherwise, they could have died. The sector could have completely sunk during COVID. So this is why I'm telling the stories which runs in your mind that as long as state by the local government to address that. So in summary, I am moving to that one. Now to talk about some good stories about what we have done, which is all encompassing all different sectors. There has been dramatic rise in e-service from 1,463 in number in 2014. Then daily average electronic transactions of say 66 lakh to 16.3 crore in 6 years' time. Umang, as you know, like COVID, Umang provides 860 plus services with three. Then if you see the digital maintain the files, old files. Aadhaar, of course, has been issued to 125.7 crore residents, and there are so many authentications available. Investment of 19.82 lakh crore, 380 for ministry, and it helped them to 2 lakh crore. So who saved this money? State, the government. Government saved 2.22 lakh crore in transferring these services. Access to more in terms of information and more in terms of complaining also. Since the app does not give you the only services, they can register the company. Recognized for digital public. India developed it. India is offering now to make take it use. You don't have any proprietary rights for this. What you need to customize to your country based on some whatever access to internet and all sorts of things. Speaks for the other developing countries. I can you might have heard there is a successful payment, digital payment app called M-Pesa. M-Pesa works in remote areas. You can imagine if our they've been your accounting units. Now, when you come to the policies related to digitalization. Otherwise, what would happen? Your products and services will be confined to your domestic market. You can't export it, which no longer both are thinking about exporting the services and goods to the rest of the world. So what happens in those platforms? Yeah, has already assumed G20 presidency, so I thought of bringing that flavor and a little bit of mix. So G20 and the BRICS so far as far as digital access to everything, they have specific announcements and initiatives running now. Say for example, digital economic development and platform, digital Japan brought cross-border data through, they call it, that time, in 2019. And smart mobility by Saudi. Now, what is the digital agenda for India? We are talking about data for development. Citizens to people at affordable prices, like COVID, Aadhaar, all government at the center. UPI, every month it is growing in a dramatic fashion. Daily transaction is something, some 4 point some. Can you imagine? So a lot of things are happening in G20. BRICS. The large developing countries, which call them emerging markets, they are also emerging leaders, global leaders. So BRICS, they are also talking. 2021 was BRICS presidency of India. They also in financial inclusion, leverage. Helps them to maintain the ledger, the connect. A large thing like this, cloud computing helps. Therein, how everything gets analyzed. Access to big data. Yes, I mean, you can imagine the numbers, it could be analyzed. Tell you the story which fintech project which I am undertaking another. When you apply for a loan, the bank would assess your credit worthiness. Score takes time. It will go to the credit. They will see what your past loans, whether you have repaid all this. Within the bank, it will move to. They are processing your application now. Here, because of AI, because of big data, algorithms are already written. You put transfer willingly small amount, it happens. They are paying 13%, 14% to commercial banks now, you have to pay 20%, 25%. That's something that we need to worry about. Otherwise, they are providing the services. There is still gender gap. If you want to know more about financial inclusion, brings global financial inclusion data. That the average, I mean both men and female together, the average extent of financial inclusion is 72%. They have all different numbers. Job loss, as I mentioned, then protecting the data. Now, data is the source of wealth. Talking about data privacy, data localization, India is a bit slow in because we are not wholeheartedly when you accept, then you move on. What you say, why am I gender to be shared with public? All sorts of things are there. Then our IP related issues, capability issues. See. So the last line with which I conclude, digital technology or disruption because it has helped them in many sectors. It has substantive social. Not only they are financially poor, they are poor in terms of income. So these are the positive sides, but a lot of works to be done in terms of regulations, harmonizing policies. There are further questions I am happy to answer. But thanks for the opportunity to participate.
Lightning presentation on digital technology and the possible role that digital revolution. Our other esteemed speaker,
Morning. Let's do it again. Good morning. Good morning. All right, that's better. Okay, so first of all, I would take this opportunity to thank XIM University, Professor Pepin, Professor Johnny, Father Anthony, and rest of the management to invite us to this event and give us the opportunity to connect with you, right? And it would be unfair if I don't thank Vanshika and Khyati, who have been great hosts to both me and my colleague ever since we landed in Bhubaneswar. So thank you all. I would, for a change, since morning we have been hearing esteemed speakers, Dr. Batra and Dr. Dash, talk about policies and governance. I would actually would actually
which is Quality Council of India. Operates closely under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Quality agenda for the Government of India. Fresh graduates, of Home Affairs, right? I foresaw an ASAP overnight. Data to respective world. What is important for the next 2 years, right? Spoke about quite as a 15-member team, which is a significant working across 20 plus ministries, 20 plus international entities. One thing I saw was your summer intern program. We also encourage internship because it aligns to the students' academic curriculum, and it also helps us engage some bright minds for a short period of time. let me also talk about some of the work that we have been doing in the space of policies and framework, which would be very relevant for the topic today. We conducted survey of about 4,000 local bodies, urban local bodies, as part of Swachh Sarvekshan in 21, and we collected feedback. Now, why did we do this? We did this so that we could get the on-ground reality of a large policy framework being deployed by government and the schemes thereafter to see the impact of them. Because unless you measure something, you cannot take the right decision, right? So once we collected the data, we did our analytics, it was fed back into the ministry, and thereafter they made some more amends in their subsequent schemes and minor tweaks to policy to make it more effective and so that it reaches to the last mile. Now, coming to technology, again, referring to our respective speakers prior to me, machine artificial intelligence are the way forward, right? They are driving the way we live, the way we think, entertain, access our critical facilities. How are we leveraging these, and how is QCI and young professionals are supporting this? So we also have a technology department, right, where we enable data-driven policy making. How we do that? Whenever we do a project, we try and bring in the layer of technology into it, right? Because a lot of the departments, while they are automating, the new schemes which are being launched are initially thought of as manual, and one of the key tasks we have is to transform those manual activities into automated solutions for the government. Because the numbers are large, these solutions also have to be hugely scalable, right? We partner with some key service providers who provide us with technology, with the platforms where we deploy some of these solutions. Forward looking into technology, we are also looking at exploring the use of drone technology, blockchain, and enterprise resource planning, through which we can ensure stronger governance of the programs and projects and drive and deliver them to a larger scale of people. Dash referred to G20 data for economics and public goods and services. One of the key programs for Government of India where we have recently operated is the Open Network for Digital Commerce. It's the first of its kind interpolable e-commerce ecosystem where a large number of users and buyers and sellers can interact together on a portal, and it's supposed to be the UPI moment of e-commerce. So it's a big moment for the government and also for the consumers in India. In conclusion, policies and frameworks need to be supported by data and on-ground reality, which I think is at the core or the heart of the work we do at QCI. And for Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, and what he said about is, let us innovate for India and innovate from India. And our tries is to support that through enhancing ground reality, feeding them into the policies and the framework. Thank you, and have a lovely day. Am I audible?
out. How many people have joined online? Stop recording this because I want to say something which are candid in nature. So you can pause the recording.
Yeah, we can pause.
Pause it. Let's pause it. And now I
a perfect, introduction of all three of you spoke, which is very much aligned with the theme that we have chosen. But I would like to share some observations based on what I heard from you. And I'm Yoga, okay, Indian brand, okay, which is happening. You look at our own state of Odisha. The current government is very hockey. We have held hosted under 9 Women World Cup. This is another level of branding. Now, if you look at the global level, how India is perceived, whether it is UNSC or the geopolitics, point of view, there is another level of, the branding. X or something else. Still not able to come to any conclusion or what quality does India host, let us say, Olympics, or does Odisha brings when we host World Hockey in a tournament here? Does QCI look into that? Is all by the way, I like the way Rudran University is very participative. I'm sure my students also enjoyed that. I'm sure they will ask me, sir, why don't we get him to teach a course for us? Of course, others are also there. Certainly, Professor Arthur, yeah, that is there. So, this is one observation of I think, in my view, it is not how you are trying to create this kind of competition. Competition whatever I have studied in JNU during my PhD days, I still continue to read. That's one aspect. Which economy? What we call the blue economy, right? So what is this all about? For foreigners, when they hear oh, fish coming from now, how do you change that? All that they sell through advertisement. They use media. They they have brand ambassadors. Okay, so they even our own Amitabh Bachchan. So how do we do that? Like to integrate into our curriculum. So for my students. Thank you so much.
Can have a question so that he can answer applicant.
Yeah, we'll
Yes,
take
very brief question.
mine was not a question.
Great. In fact, better the quality, lower the cost. One example, bad quality, that cost goes down the drain. So your product cost per unit cost goes up. But if you invest all these wasted costs go down. And that is the reason longer run, your cost of quality is much, much less if your quality of the product or service is high. So that, but you're absolutely right. And that is being trying to relate I talk to them to move on their product line. First thing is, it is a lot of investment. But when you they get convinced and gradually some are becoming, features themselves.
Questions have been long cake. Okay, you can.
Thank you, sir. My question is to Dr. Dash. We are living in a rapidly digital, like the recent hack of AIMS Delhi, where patient data was stolen. How can the digital transparent and safeguarded?
Can you to secretary? Okay, Mr. Das, my question is that data for development, our G20 and everything, and you have in your Chinese hacker is very big threat for India. So in the globe, if you go for G20, the structure of Saudi Arabia and structure of United States is very different. So how in the digital era, in the global governance is possible? There is global governance and digital era, how
I want to ask, like the whole thing started, I guess, from 2014 by the coming of Narendra Modi ji. So, discussed about how the digital India and governance and the use of but still, there are a lot of places in rural India and semi-rural places where we can't even find barely two like Umang and other apps, which are really beneficial.
Another round.
I didn't say they are homogeneous. I began with have global ambitions which are high. So how data protection, data privacy have to be. First of all, they are not aware of what. Since all these will depend on that, all will depend on that. These are all. So nothing was happening. So the positive side of this has to be. Sir, I agree. One district, one product. Anywhere. Only government has to realize. So far, there is no enough export orientation at the local. That way one could take it to positive step.
As you talked about branding of products and India leading
So it's definitely one of the it's a globalized over the last 20-25 years in terms of content and consuming what we believe in.
Why are we not selling those goods in India? They are saying that the language is Spanish, we have different thing, we don't understand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ruth, sir, the question is for you. What makes you think that the consumers are actually going to buy it? Because the shift of preference is not easy, obviously, and we have presumed that the product is already promoted. Yeah, that's
Over a period of time, it cause and was about what would quality mean in areas beyond products and in services, where it would have different implications. Always traceable to a standard whereby we should know what we want to achieve. So suppose as Mr. Patra was saying in the morning, that we want to achieve net zero by 2070. If that is the target, what is it that we need to achieve? That becomes our standard also. Have an NAPH accreditation mark, then you definitely know that the hospital has competence in order to give good quality healthcare. So, firstly, establishing these standards. Secondly, documenting. It will reduce cost as well.
how the International Regulatory Authority it has medicinal properties. Unless a pharma company has a patent, that was medicinal properties.
You are right.
Session. Thanks to the student past questions and also
Thank you, Dr. Das, for sharing the technological imperativeness in the public policy and underlining key issues surrounding the same. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Chattopadhyay, for shedding light on the exclusive working of policy, business, and governance with an enhanced focus on making professionals can be the facilitators in the entire governance structure through aligning our academic and theoretical knowledge with the practical applications of the same. Guests to please proceed to the dining hall 2 for lunch. Our audience to collect the coupons from the registration desk and proceed for the same to the MPH and PG mess. Kindly assemble back by 2 p.m. for the next.
Yeah, I have an announcement to make. Listen, hello students, just wait for a second. In the afternoon, we are going to have the panel discussion, but on and those two speakers are equally competent and very enlightened speakers. Therefore, my humble request to all of you, not only you all should come, but also make sure if you can bring some of your friends. Because like today's morning session, I'm sure many of you have missed that, those who did not attend. So I do not want anybody to miss the afternoon session as well. Okay, have a good lunch. See you.
Audience, please be settled. I welcome you all to the second panel of the Conclave. Our speaker, Mr. Srikanth Vishwanathan, is the Chief Executive Officer at the Janagraha Center for Citizenship and Democracy. Janagraha is a Bangalore-based non-profit think tank working with the mission of transforming the quality of life in India's cities and towns. Janagraha works with citizens to catalyze active governments to institute reforms to city governance. Mr. Vishwanathan's focus area in the urban sector has been city systems reforms spanning Janagraha's flagship report, the Annual Survey of India City Systems and Municipal Finance Reform. Chartered Accountants of India for 14 years and prior to joining Janagraha worked in banking and audit. Second panelist is Mr. Saurabh Roy. He leads the corporate social responsibility efforts of Tata Steel, which is among the oldest, largest, and most diverse societal development efforts of India. He joined the Tata Group as a part of the Tata Administrative Services in 2007, and his experience spans CSR, sustainability, and corporate finance. In his last engagement, Mr. Roy anchored the sustainability strategy work of the Tata Sustainability, worked with the Tata companies to integrate social in their approaches to business. He has also worked on setting up disaster response framework for the Tata Group while managing post-disaster relief and long-term rehabilitation programs within and outside India. He has also worked with the Grameen Bank and other organizations a keen interest in development finance. I now hand over the dais to our moderator for the session, Dr. Vaishali Singh. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, this is Srikanth here. Were you speaking to me?
Are you audible? Is it clear?
Now, yes. Now, yes.
So, sir, I think you missed that. But we will be starting with the session. Talk. So,
Sorry, the voice is coming in and out. Are you able to hear me clearly? Yeah, the voice is coming in and out. I don't know whether you're able to hear me. Can somebody confirm? Okay, great. Should I get started?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay. Yeah, the visual clues are helping. I just wanted to share one single slide in a bit. But is it possible to look at the audience, or would that be, a problem? Just to know who I'm speaking to. Okay, no problem. I know that video logistics can be quite complicated, but thank you so much for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be part of a conversation in an academic institution with young students of public policy. And the topic today, I understand, is public policy business governance in a sustainable world, which is a very significant topic that covers a very broad sweep, pretty much of all of human development in the 21st century. That's the way I look at it. One of the predominant learnings for Janagraha over the last 20 years has been, particularly in India, we cannot solve human development challenges through a narrow approach of relying on governments alone. I think even in many of the advanced democracies, economically advanced democracies, there has been a very clear realization that governments alone cannot solve for complex 21st century challenges like climate change, gender equality, in the case of some of the Western countries, race, the issue of race and minorities, and issues like immigration and jobs and so on. So we need an approach that involves collaborative action between governments, civil society, business, and academia. And this needs to be a partnership that is constructive, a partnership that is productive, a partnership that is built on trust and is not just isolated in its successes, but is a way of working, is a new way of working, where we look at ourselves not just as consumers of government services, but as active citizens who work in partnership with governments to achieve human development for everybody, for all citizens on the earth, and to solve for natural environment challenges that is confronting humanity. Before I flash the slide, and I only have a single slide, just reconfirming that you all are able to hear me properly. My request is, if you can interrupt, if the audio is not clear, please do interrupt me and I would be happy to repeat. My focus today is good. There's much to be covered in this topic, public policy, business governance in a sustainable world. I'm going to focus on some guiding principles that we've discerned at Janagraha through our work, but which I think apply pretty much to these partnerships between governments, business, and society, broadly speaking, where in society I'm incorporating both civil society and academia. And these guiding principles would also serve as useful guideposts or guardrails for public policy students and young public policy professionals as well. So I'm going to focus attention on those guiding principles. Allow me a moment to bring up my slides and get started. Yes. So the first such guiding principle is on systems practice. We believe that what India needs in abundant measure is not problem solving, but is systems. So our approach has been to fix systems, which in turn can solve problems rather than fix problems directly. Both are equally important. Fixing problems are important, fixing systems are important. But the only pathway to irreversible, sustainable transformation and quality of life for our citizens, or for achieving human development, is surely through fixing systems. And particularly in a democracy, which has a representative form of government, where the government is governing in trust all its people, there is no other than to strengthen democracy and governance as a sure mechanism to ensure that every citizen is able to realize his or her human potential. A series of problem-solving measures is not going to take us far. It will give us immediate relief. So it's important for us to distinguish between social or human development problems which require a problem-solving approach and those that require, and what are the aspects of governance and democracy that requires a systems approach. We believe there's an urgent need for a systematic way to to undertake what is called systems practice. Systems practice is nothing but the practice of systems thinking and the implementation of systems thinking towards human development in India. And the reason we think this is doubly important in the Indian context is because of weak state capacities and because we are a democracy. Often comparisons are made between China and India and the breakthrough economic growth that China has enjoyed and how it has lifted hundreds of millions of people more than India out of poverty, and how it has ushered in prosperity for a large section of its population. However, we do have to bear in mind that in the Indian context, democracy is the path that we have chosen, and therefore the two meta systems, if I can call them that, There's one meta system which is of participatory governance. How can we at the grassroots, in villages and cities, in our neighborhoods, how can we strengthen trust between citizens and elected representatives and government officials so that there is collaborative action at the grassroots level? Democracy can achieve human development not only through a top-down constitutional approach, but it can lead to human development outcomes only when it comes alive at the grassroots, when it comes alive, as we would like to call it, at the first mile of democracy, which is where citizens live, work, and recreate. So that's one meta system. And the second meta system is that of state capacities, which is the capacity of the state to deliver infrastructure and services to its citizens. And we think both of these are fairly underinvested areas in India. And whether you pick health or housing or education or water supply or sanitation or poverty alleviation, you pick the human development challenge. And both of these aspects of participatory governance and state capacities become very relevant. And you can trace back the root cause of challenges in delivery back to these two pillars or meta systems. And therefore, I would urge all public policy students and early public policy professionals to invest a lot of time in systems practice. And a core component of systems practice is theory of change, both evolving a theory of change and constantly reflecting on it and re-informing it. Because remember that in systems practice, you don't have the luxury of having a linear assembly line approach to fixing a problem, because you're not fixing a problem. You're fixing a system and then expecting the system to fix the problem. And you yourself as an individual or as a civil society organization outside of government, or for that matter, even as a leader within government, is likely to serve as a catalyst of change. So you have a lever in your hand, and through that lever, you're trying to fix the system. You're trying to get the system to act in a particular way. And that system in turn will serve the citizens through infrastructure and service delivery. And therefore, it's a fascinating kind of cause and effect relationship, which is why you need to evolve a theory, invest a lot intellectually in evolving a theory of change, and then constantly reflecting on whether the theory of change serves good and what is the kind of reinformation of the theory of change that is needed from practice. Because while the theory of change begins as a theory, when you apply systems practice, over a period of time, you have practical knowledge from your field of action, which then reinforms your theory of change. And you kind of adapt your actions based on that adapted theory of change. So the first guiding principle is on systems practice. Extremely important for us to be comfortable to not just adopt a problem-solving approach, but a systems approach. The second principle I want to focus on is what we call urgent patience. It was originally coined by one of our co-founders, Ramesh Ramanathan. By urgent patience, we refer to urgency in efforts, but patience with results, which is a hallmark of efforts in the human development space and of systems practice for that matter. You think of the independence movement of India. It took a few decades for it to commence and then mature. And many people who devoted their entire lives for the independence movement, for the freedom movement, may not have lived to see the fruits of their labor. Does it mean that only people who witnessed 15th of August 1947 are people who were successful because they achieved impact? They were able to see visible outcomes? Does it mean that people, processes, and initiatives or efforts that contributed to that magical moment of 15th August 1947 were not successful? Of course not. Similarly, think of even longer journeys, like the journey for race emancipation in the US. It took Abraham Lincoln made some very important moves in the mid-19th century, about 80 or 90 years after the American independence. And thereafter, Lyndon Johnson brought in the civil rights legislations in the mid-1900s, in the 1960s. But yet, even 2-3 years ago, and as we speak, the oldest democracy in the world, United States of America, is still contending with how can its democracy work equally for all its citizens. It has been a really long journey. You consider gender equality, right? Something which is an issue which you could trace back perhaps to the beginning of humanity on the earth itself. So the gender equity journey in that sense is thousands of years old. So these human development journeys are long and arduous. It is arrogance which will make us think that we actually can see the results of our work in our own lifetime. That does not mean that we become complacent in our efforts. Therefore, the urgent in urgent patience. We have to work hard, we have to work fast, and we have to give ourselves up to the cause every single day. Yet, we have to be patient with results and be cognizant that our approach should be one of single-minded focus and determination, rather than constantly checking in on whether our actions have led to results. Because a huge risk that I see in the human development sector, particularly outside of government, across business and civil society, is one of short-termism, where you're concerned more about personal achievement or organizational achievement, and therefore you work backwards by picking a problem that's easy to solve rather than solving a problem that's actually needed to be solved. So extremely important to adopt the principle of urgent patience. It's also a state of mind where you don't give up, you're not frustrated, simply because you've charted out the entire journey, and you do recognize that each of us as individuals and our own actions contribute to a larger cause, but the cause itself is much larger. And this is what, for many of us who work on complex systems change agenda with governments, this state of mind really helps us stay motivated and sharp throughout the journey. The third principle I want to speak about is one I would call constructive engagement. Even as I spoke about the need for partnerships between governments, business, civil society, and academia, particularly for civil society and academia, we have to acknowledge that there is a power imbalance. The government is the seat of power. The government is the most powerful, or the actor that has the authority to legislate, to issue policies, to implement those policies, and the actor that has a very large administrative mechanism in its control. Similarly, business has deep pockets, has access to capital, and relative to the government, of course, is not as powerful, but has the advantage of having capital, and therefore the leverage that comes with power and capital rests with the government, the leverage that comes with power and, say, innovation and business models, cutting-edge business models, rests with business. Civil society and academia too are places from where important societal innovations and movements originate. But we should not be overawed by the imbalanced power equation. That's something that we have to kind of work with the spirit of constructive engagement. We, in fact, refer to the path of constructive engagement as the middle path between aggressive confrontation and toothless collaboration. There is a tendency in academia and civil society to sometimes adopt the path of aggressive confrontation, which may be important in a democracy when you are confronting certain kinds of challenges, but not for all challenges. But there is a tendency in civil society and academia to become, romantic about the path of aggressive confrontation. But we believe in a country like India, where you are trying to fix the two meta systems of participatory governance and state capacities, the path of aggressive confrontation is not always productive. And therefore, you need a middle path. And however, there is a danger while working with governments and for civil society, at least with business, of getting co-opted into a status quo and therefore adopting the path of toothless collaboration, where you are only implementing the agenda of some other party, where the government treats you as an implementing arm or an implementation agency. But the mid path really is that of constructive engagement, where you work with each other as sectors and as organizations as equals, where you're working towards a collective agenda, a collective aim, and you bring your own complementary strengths and your own relative competencies to the table and work together. Of course, when you work with government, it's a given that the only institution that can enact are the elected bodies. You know that the only institution that is entrusted with the task of implementing those enactments or laws is the administrative machinery, is the executive. There's no contending that. So the constructive engagement is not about anarchy or taking over each other's functions, but it's about mutual respect. It's about complementary strengths, and it's about relative skills and competencies that people bring to the table to address participatory governance and state capacity challenges. And this is a very important area, because otherwise you tend to fall a victim to either of the extremes. On the one hand, if you choose the path of aggressive confrontation, you end up complaining all the time, pointing fingers at governments and not collaborating with them. On the other hand, you feel very good collaborating with government, but actually you're not taking an independent view. You're not maintaining your fierce independence that is necessary to hold up a mirror to the government, which is an important function of civil society in a democracy. The fourth and second last principle I want to speak about is that of institution building, a much neglected area of focus, particularly in civil society and in academia. The private sector in India, in that sense, has done pretty well in the area of institution building. There are many institutions of eminence which have been built up, and Mr. Roy himself represents one such institution. So we call it the body of an institution and the soul of a movement. That's an aspiration we've set ourselves for our organization, but it really pretty much holds good for any civil society action for that matter. What do we mean by this? Let me take the example of Janagraha. Janagraha essentially was founded as a movement for citizen participation. That is why it was named Janagraha. It was inspired by the word Satyagraha. And we felt in post-independence India, in the context of cities, where we were trying to catalyze citizen participation in neighborhoods, we went with Janagraha as a movement for citizen participation. However, movements don't last, institutions do. And in a democracy, it's extremely important for us to preserve and nurture and grow the soul of the movement. And the only way to do that is when it's protected by the body of an institution. And what do we mean by that? What we mean by that are the mundane aspects of raising capital for your institution, of recruiting and retaining the right talent for your institution, of ensuring that there is an engaged culture in the institution, a culture that has very high standards for values and ethics and has very high bar for operational excellence. So these are the aspects of institution building which sometimes get neglected in the area of public policy, because it becomes fashionable for us to engage as individuals or organizations in topics like foreign policy, like on topics of public policy theory, of commenting on global trends, or of new laws, writing opinion pieces, publishing papers in journal articles, publishing papers in, in say the Economic and Political Weekly in the Indian context, or speaking in conferences. All of these are important. I'm not undermining these. All I'm saying is, but these are all means to an end. Unless we build strong institutions in civil society, unless we build strong institutions in the realm of public policy, we are not going to be able to sustain ourselves in the long journey of human development that we wish to undertake. So it's extremely important to strike a balance. At the same time, even as you're building strong institutions, we should refrain from mistaking the institution as the end in itself and placing the institution above the cause. The institution serves the cause. The cause does not serve the institution. The institution and the brand are important, but they are important only so far as they serve the cause, so far as they help you accomplish the mission. The mission is above all, and then the institution, and then the individual, in a manner of speaking, in a pecking order, if you will. And of course, what animates the individual, what animates the institution is, of course, that soul. Because many of these journeys commence because of a palpable sense of restlessness, of a palpable sense of a sense that each of us has within ourselves that the world can be a much better place. That there is so much more that we can do to improve the lives of citizens around us. That there's a better way for us to live together by balancing out economic growth and environmental considerations, for example. So that spark has to be lit, and it has to be in some ways safely guarded so that it remains to show the light in our journeys. With that, I come to the last principle, which is of civic leadership. All of what we spoke about systems practice, urgent patience, constructive engagement, and institution building are all big words. In some ways, you can say, they sound good when you speak about them, but what does it mean in practice? What does it mean for us as individuals? What does it mean to you when you leave this room after listening to these lectures? What does it mean to you when you wake up tomorrow morning? That action, that call to action is what I call civic leadership. There are 2 or 3 dimensions to civic leadership. One is what you can do as an individual through your daily behaviors and actions. It could be about whether you choose to use plastic straws or not to use plastic straws. It could be about whether you choose to drink out of a plastic bottle, whether you choose to drink water from a plastic bottle or not, right? I mean, packaged water. And choices like these which you make, right? How do you reduce your plastic consumption or your carbon footprint, etc. The second dimension is in your neighborhood, which is have you engaged in your neighborhood as a civic leader? Have you tried mobilizing your own neighborhood community towards collective action for issues that confront your street, your apartment complex, or your neighborhood? Have you gotten tired of complaining, and have you now started engaging with your elected councillor, your ward level engineer, or your ward level sanitary inspector to solve challenges in your community through grassroots democracy? That's the second dimension of civic leadership, which goes out of your individual self or your household. So the first one is at the individual and household level. The second one is at the street or neighborhood level. And the third one that I think in some ways is somewhat longer term and synthesizes both 1 and 2 is the role that each of you is willing to play as a civic leader in society within your own organizations. Because we must remember that the challenges of our times, the challenges of human development in the 21st century cannot be solved by power equations and hierarchy. Remember that in the early 20th century, when Sri Gopalakrishna Gokhale invited Mahatma Gandhi, who was then not yet a Mahatma, back to India, Mahatma Gandhi in 1905, for example, I'm just taking a random year around the time that Gandhiji came back to India, was only 36 years old. He was in fact much, much younger than many of the leaders of the independence movement and the freedom movement, but it is he who re-energized the freedom movement, who re-energized the independence movement, gave it new and fresh ideas, gave it a huge surge of energy, enthusiasm, gave it moral courage, made them be a lot more ambitious, even as he made our own leaders and communities introspect. So leadership is not about age, power, and hierarchy. Leadership is about moral courage. So the third dimension of civic leadership is my call to each of you to think of yourselves as an abundant reservoir of talent, energy, and possibilities. Do not think of public policy as a career. Do not think of your engagement in human development as a job, as a career opportunity. Think reducing it to terms of compensation or designation and titles. Those are important. Those are important in the material sense. But at a slightly higher realm, in some ways, at a more subtle, nuanced spiritual realm, I'll say there's a lot more power within you. Therefore, are you willing to dig deep into that reservoir of talent and energy and leadership that is lying dormant within you, activate it, animate it, and assume greater degrees of ownership over the cause, assume greater responsibility for systems practice, for urgent patience, for constructive engagement, for institution building, and the other two dimensions of civic leadership, where you no longer think of the public policy problem as somebody else's problem, but you think it's your own problem. It's up to you to rise up and solve it. So my last principle, and I close with this, is civic leadership with the third dimension of civic leadership, which is beyond the individual and household, beyond the street and community, but speaks to the abundant human possibilities that lie dormant within you for you to assume full ownership over the challenges and potential solutions to those problems. And I can promise you that it's a hugely fulfilling journey. It cannot be reduced to words like success and failure. If you undertake this journey, it is success. Thank you.
Mr. Vishwanathan. It was a very enlightening talk. It's very edifying. What you have basically
I'm afraid I can't hear you too well. So in case there's a Q&A or any comments, if you can put them in the chat, I'd be grateful for that.
Can you speak to that mic and let us see?
Hello, Mr. Vishwanathan, are you able to hear us now? Okay. Yeah. I was saying that your talk was very academic as well as very inspirational. So thank you very much for that. And you have also given us very practical ideas for bridging the gap between revolving around participatory governance and state capacity. So particularly I liked the model, linear model, and we need to adopt it. So we will be taking the Q&A later after the next. May I now request Mr. Saurav Roy to talk.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dr. Roy, this is Dr. Vishali. I'm assistant professor. We welcome you and
sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting. The audio is not very clear from.
Okay. Are you able to hear me now? Are you able to hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just saying that we welcome you. Are you able to hear now, sir?
I'm so sorry. I'm just losing about 90% of what you're saying. It goes silent. But are you able to hear me completely?
No, we are very clearly. We can hear you.
Perfect. I'm so sorry. I'm interrupting for that. But anyway.
Sir, are you able to hear me now?
So every time you ask me whether I'm able to hear you, I think I can hear you. No, anyway, sorry.
You can start.
Sure. I'll set off and in case. Perfect. Thank you very much. So right. So first of all, I wish everyone there a very, very good winter afternoon, and thank you very much for having me as part of this discussion today. I think it's a privilege, and I think it's a this program is at a is an early stage effort for a very reputed institution, and can't tell you how delighted I am that the institution is grappling with public policy. Srikanth, as usual, was so eloquent that I think he's done half my talking for me. So I think that will be great for time management, right? So Srikanth, thanks for that wonderful talk. Yeah, always enlightening to hear you. I'm going to pick up on a few things where I think Srikanth left off. Okay, and take that from where, and introduce a slightly personal element to this conversation before I take this forward. Okay, there for people like me, and there are many colleagues in the Tata Group, who we keep asking ourselves that why are we in the jobs that we're doing right now? We've also came in here with a certain sense of purpose, a certain sense of passion, and many of us have worked in the civil society before. Some of us have worked in the government before, and we are sort of at the intersection now, working with a business house, and that is something that I will hopefully try and demystify a bit as this conversation goes on. So right at the outset, I think for everyone in the audience, I think you're doing public policy and you're going to grapple with public policy at a time when both the nature of public policy is changing, the skills required for public policy is evolving at a terrific pace, and the relevance of public policy is also sort of multiplying almost every 6 months, if you will, in terms of what it means. And there are many things that India is legislating upon now at a much faster pace and in a possibly a more collaborative manner, and that's for us to define as we go by. So it's a terrific time for all of you to be doing what you're doing. And I think when we were in the space, we didn't have a degree in public policy. We had to either go do a degree in development or a degree in some other space, and then sort of apply those learnings to public policy. I think it's very fortunate that we now have degrees, academic pursuits of public policy. So let me begin by setting out that I think for many of us who started out in the civil society and also have sort of grappled with business earlier, we find that the relevance of business to achieve overall societal goals is increasing, and that's the hypothesis that I wanted to leave with you and hear from you also on, right? Now, within the Tatas, there are two very interesting statements that our founders left us with, which resonate very true even now in all our actions, and I'm going to give you a bit of a model around how we sort of make that happen. So the first one is a very unambiguous statement saying that the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but the very purpose of business. So there's a centrality to society with which businesses need to be structured. And a lot of our conversation hereafter is going to be around how that centrality can actually be maintained and what it entails in terms of the policy decisions, in terms of leadership, etc. And the other line, most of the earliest businesses that the Tata Hi, sorry, am I audible? Yeah, okay. So was started with the premise that what is good for India is good for the Tatas. Okay, and that's something that we've seen. We have a whole bunch of labor welfare, social development policies, which used to be internal company policies, much in advance of them becoming regulations in the country. So there is something in the DNA of the business, on DNA of the group, which looks at taking bold bets as far as societal outcomes are concerned and sort of structuring them, and which is now becoming turning into a lexicon called responsible business, right? And just to give you a sense and how important it is, whenever one talks of business, right, there are two very obvious parameters for success. One would obviously be profitability. How much money are you making? What your top lines are? What your bottom lines are? What your market capitalization is, etc. Which is the obvious one. So that's one. There is a second criteria, if you will, in a very broad sense, which is growth. How dynamic is the business? What are your what new geographies are you foraying in? What new business lines are you going in? How dynamic is the business? Is it a living, thriving business, or is it sort of stagnant? So growth and profitability. There is, however, a third aspect of business, and to be seen as a proxy for any institution that you set up, which is very, very underrated, and that is longevity. So if you actually there's a very interesting statistic where the S&P 500 in 1916, the 500 most valuable companies in the world in 1916, about 45% of those companies did not exist in 1946. It's not as if they weren't on the S&P 500, they just did not exist. They had gone out of existence. And by 2016, in about 100 years, 84% of those companies just did not exist. So, if you look at certain institutions, companies, etc., who have survived more than 100 years, there has to be something in the DNA which combines the attributes of a movement that Shrikant was talking about, and is sort of to survive multiple wars, to survive the Great Depression, to survive financial crisis of 2008, to gainfully contribute and walk through various social development movements for a business house. There has to be some sort of positive understanding and engagement and contribution to what's happening around. Otherwise, you don't thrive, right? So, I mean, if only about 10% of businesses last more than 100 years, then there must be some lessons there. The reason I'm leaving you with this thought right now, and before going into some details, is as we engage with policy makers, policy articulators, the understanding and the fact that there can be learnings in these aspects of business houses and institutions is often not milked enough for learnings. And I think just think about what I'm saying there, right? Now, this term responsible business, I'm going to set out 4 hypotheses, which I have seen, and probably substantiate that with some examples that I've seen around in the Tatas, and which I think there's a paper that we've written around this. Happy to share that for the circulation also if need be. But there are 4 attributes which I believe contribute to making a business responsible, thrive, outlast in a manner. And I'm just going to share those principles with you, if you will, right? So the first one is actually very, very similar to the last principle that Shrikant had set out. How does he spoke about DNA? How do you get responsibility into the DNA such that societal capital is prioritized at each manner? Right? It is often said that a public policy agenda is crafted at the grassroots and often maybe driven from the top, whatever the top might look like. So the first thing is when we look around in the group, there is an ask to be societally responsible from everyone around us, right? It's part of the DNA, it's part of the culture, and the challenge therefore is how do you make sure that this demand to be responsible, this ask for responsibility is more an internal ask. One is being societally responsible, one is being responsible as a business, not because it's a cool thing to do, not because it's it has positive brand spin-offs, not because it's good for business. It's just because it's the right thing to do. And how do you foster that leadership approach? So one is, I think so most of our leadership development programs, leadership teaching programs prioritize individual choices, exactly the choices that Shrikant was talking about. What are the personal choices that you're making in your everyday lives? And also understanding, there are crafted immersion programs that we take all our leaders through. And that is not just to see how well an education program is going on and how well maybe a health program is going on, but to actually understand that there is immense intelligence and potential in people around us, and there's also an absence of opportunity which hinders progress, and just have a real understanding of what inequity feels like, and take that sensitivity back into how we run our businesses, so that when no one is watching, when there is no compulsion, the decision that one takes, a business decision, prioritizes societal capital, prioritizes the outcomes for those who need that the most, and we've seen magic happen there. The second piece is, hard coding this agenda of, designing leadership structures, consultation mechanisms. We have designed platforms where communities, entire leaders on various issues actually sit and participate in our processes, have an approval authority on several of our decision-making bodies. So this consultation mechanisms are far too long in a sort of rights-based paradigm. There is a need for our processes, there is a need for governance to go beyond just consultation, to actually have participatory governance within businesses. And there are certain excellent examples that we have where there are financial approval processes, there are strategic approval processes which are shared with communities, but eventually loop back into business decisions. So that's the first one. How do you get the DNA going, which leads to these decisions being taken? So that's number one. The second, number two, is to take a strong, hard look at the product profile of our businesses. How do you create products which have, goods, services, whatever the businesses might be? How do you create products which optimize value, not necessarily maximize value, but optimize value, but at the same time maybe help achieve some societal goals on doing that? So now, whether they are technology choices, recognizing emerging consumer bases, creating entire businesses out of what is basically a social commitment. So we've just set up the country's first scrap recycling business. There's a circular economy narrative that's coming out on how do you look at, in a very different context. I think Shrikant was looking at non-linear approaches. I think there's a non-linear circular approach that's required to optimize resource utilization across the planet. So the country's first scrap recycling businesses, there are entire informal value chains that have been consolidated, and the first plant has been set up. So that's probably India's largest business based on circular economy. So it's taken us about 5 years to get that going, but I think we've done that. You're familiar from the Tata perspective. You're familiar with the nano story. Sometimes you succeed, sometimes you don't succeed, but that doesn't stop us from taking bold bets, right? So that's from product choices. So that's the second one. The first was corporate responsibility in the DNA of leadership. Almost a convergent civic and corporate leadership model. Second was looking at your product, any businesses, product portfolios, and how do you sort of maximize, optimize the balance between value and societal impact in there. And the third is, how do you look at business processes? How do you look at processes and make sure that I spoke about hard coding governance outcomes, but I think also look at processes which lead to socially optimal, socially responsible business models, responsible business models. So just to give you an example, I think, and then any example that I give you has taken at least 4 or 5 years from the time of inception to the time of execution. So I think we were the first company in the country, first set up in the country to institute something called a carbon price, where any new investment that is being evaluated by the company factors in a price based on the amount of emissions or the deleterious impact it has on the environment. So the more polluting a project, the higher the carbon price. And therefore, what happens is, at the drawing board, when you're comparing two projects, it automatically makes the more polluting project non-viable. So that's a process check. It's not left to just the good intention of someone, but you are actually creating processes where ab initio the right decisions are being enabled. We also have another business in the company, and these are all businesses I've had a chance personally to work on these, where there was a position being taken on child labor in value chains, right? And then there was this was much before the Modern Slavery Act of 2015 and all of that. So there was construction companies, we started looking at how does child labor really play out, because we really wanted to take a position on child labor and the statements that were being made, etc. When we started looking at that, we realized that unless you move completely away from bricks, from red bricks, from clay bricks, it's very difficult to make a claim on being completely child labor free. So it took us about 2 years, 2.5 years, about 2 years to actually create a business case around how does one move away from clay bricks and into alternative pieces, which entailed a bit of a financial hit in the near run, but otherwise a fairly okay stable phase. But again, that choice, that process choice was made, and and it's working quite well. But it was a process choice. It brought into play your skills, your financial skills, business skills, as well as your social skills and societal capabilities. So that's the second piece. I'm just going to quote some leaders that I've heard on this. But if you look at Titan as a company, for instance, right? If you look at Titan's portfolio, and it's making watches, it makes jewelry. Now it's getting into saris. Tanera is what they have introduced now. If you look at this product portfolio, it's a fairly diverse portfolio. But if you speak to the Titan leadership, one of the things that the one common aspect across all these product or business line choices is the fact that these are all informal markets with no formalization, and therefore suboptimal outcomes for participants, whether they are small time jewelers or artisans, or whether they're sari makers. The idea is, how do you formalize these markets and do what it takes to get there and create better outcomes for everyone in the process. And also currently you would have seen company like Tata Motors with a significantly high market share in the EV space, in the electric vehicle space. Now, one of the pieces of work that we're trying to do with Tata Motors and government functionaries also is to look at how does one these are actual discussions that happen on how does one, as newer business lines emerge, as newer job profiles emerge, how do you make sure that one keeps an eye out for those who are going to be challenged otherwise by a higher definitions of merit and education, and make sure that there is greater participation in these businesses, and create policies around that, create policies within the recruitment processes, within identification processes. So whether it's any institution, whether it's a public institution, whether it's a business institution, just to build on the point that Srikanth was making, it's very important to dissect it in terms of products and the processes that define that institution, and make sure that at every process level, are there policy decisions, are there action decisions, which can actually be more optimal, more inclusive, more effective in what it does for the larger narrative, the larger plan narrative. Right, and just the final one is which is possibly the largest part of my role is how does one contribute know-how and capital for larger societal good. And I'm going to stick my neck out here and say that if we are in the space for social impact, then we need to be in the space for social impact for the sake of social impact, and not be incremental extensions of your business model. You take bold bets, exactly like Srikanth was saying. I think some of our programs around maternal and neonatal health, citizen participation, panchayat governance outcomes, child labor free zones are programs where we've been at it for at least 10 or 12 or 14 years now. And it's only now, I think he explained it beautifully, but it's only now that we are getting to see any sort of results. There's a lot of patience that's required. Well, urgent patience, if I can borrow his term, but patience in terms of capital allocation, patience in terms of evidence being back-ended, and ultimately looping back to the fact that the overall leadership of this institution, buys into it. And when no one is watching, when there is no compulsion, the decision that has been taken within businesses and institutions are decisions that are the correct decisions and prioritize those who are being left behind. And as public policy students, I urge you, as I said, I think you're doing this at a very, very critical time. You're going to be critical decision makers wherever you are. Make sure that you prioritize those, because there is going to be inequity. There are going to be problems as they emerge. We can't wish them away, but we definitely need that skill set and that heart where you're using your talents, you're using your education, you're using everything that you have to make sure that the gaps are being spotted and you're doing the right thing when no one is watching. So that's what I had. And again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and happy to take on any questions or discussions. Thanks.
Give us a very relevant insight into how growth and profitability are not the only responsibility and contribution towards society. So we will be taking up questions, but before we open the floor for the audience, I would take this opportunity to ask a couple of questions to both the panelists. So I'll start with Mr. Vishwanathan. Modernization. So, but democracy without efficient.
Your voice is unfortunately coming in and out. Yeah.
Could you also type the question out in the chat box or something? I think that would be useful.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, you gave a talk that centered around democracy and trust and value. So democracy is considered as the of political modernization. But democracy without efficient government can also lead us to political decay. So I would like to know your views on that. Because you gave us some guiding principles.
So you are saying democracy without the state,
without an efficient government, can lead us to political decay also.
So when you say efficient government, are you referring to service delivery? The fact that the state is not delivering services effectively?
Yeah, primarily.
Completely agree. So in fact, which is why, and of course, I must disclaim that all of what I said is based on our experience over the last 20 years, which has predominantly been urban. So all our experience is based on cities. So whatever I spoke about is based on the learnings from cities, but perhaps those principles are common across. So the two meta systems that I spoke about, one is on participatory governance, which is what you're referring to, which is, democracy and citizenship. And the second is state capacities. And we've also observed that our work on participatory governance is currently being inhibited by the slow pace of improvement in state capacities. So if state capacities are weak, it actually inhibits participation as well, because citizens keep turning up to participate in ward committees, in say area sabhas, etc. But if they're not seeing their officials being able to respond to them, being able to solve their problems, be accountable for performance, allocate resources in areas where they want resources to be allocated, then they lose trust and they start withdrawing from the public sphere into private spheres. Like we've seen a very large chunk of the middle class in India has opted out of public services into private services wherever they could. Some areas they can't. Air pollution, they can't. Traffic management, they can't, right? You can't, everybody can't buy helicopters, or you can't, buy clean air. So you're certainly right. So we need a balanced approach where we do nurture and grow trust at the community level by strengthening participatory governance, but at the same time we need to invest in state capacities. And increasingly in the last few years, I'm seeing that even as more and more capital is coming into at least the urban sector. Last 6-7 years, we've seen unprecedented but the absorptive capacity of the state is actually limited. Their ability to procure, to conceive projects, to procure those projects, as in to find the right contractors and partners, and then to execute them well, is actually impacting adversely the delivery of services and infrastructure, and which in turn is inhibiting citizen participation. So you're absolutely right. There has to be a balanced approach. And in some ways, I think we've underinvested in state capacities in India.
I was intrigued with this idea of urgent patients. So this patients that it should be a top-down.
Sorry, but your voice is...
The government's patients or the...
You'll have to repeat, madam. I'm not able to hear you. I heard you speak about urgent patients, but not beyond that.
Government patient, whose patients, government or citizens?
Oh, okay. No, that's a great question. That's a great question. Obviously, naturally, the cheeky response that will come to all our minds is patience with governments. But frankly, those of us that have worked closely with governments know that basically, you could say civic leaders within civil society, civic leaders within government, civic leaders within business is the alliance, is the network, is the coalition that all of us should aspire towards. So in some ways, I would say that the really active, progressive and capable officers within government have it the worst, right? Because they have no incentives for better performance, etc. They have to work very hard. They don't have the ability to recruit and retain their own teams, etc. So the cheeky response would be to say patience with government because government is always slow. But frankly, with complex problems, there are no easy answers. So it's patience with systems change itself in that sense. It's not about being patient between different partners, because some of these challenges are like that. How do you solve for climate, for example? You can't only point fingers at business and say it's business which is spoiling the environment, right? Some activists do that. But the fact of the matter is businesses are servicing the needs and wants of citizens. They exist because citizens are willing to buy their products and services. So frankly, I think this is patience in the journey of human development, patience in the journey of systems change, rather than with any sectoral entity in that sense.
Right. This philanthropy and public policy, like patients, they not only have the resources.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry, ma'am, if that question is for me.
Why don't you type?
Ma'am. Shrikant and I are both extremely sorry. I know it's not very convenient for you.
Are you able to hear me now, sir?
Every time you ask me that, I'm able to hear you. I don't know. But I can, yes.
So the question is, in your talk, I could find the link between philanthropy and public policy. So philanthropy, like foundations, they not only have the funds, they also have networks. They know the problems, they also know the solutions to those problems. So how do we, institutionalize this thing, and how do we, break these silos between, different stakeholders within the philanthropy and the, these foundations? How do they match or collaborate with other stakeholders along shared priorities? Like the priorities have to be shared. So how do we bring about that system?
So, so it cuts both ways actually, okay? And thanks, I was able to hear your question. That's the first good news. Okay. So, right. Let me look at it from both angles, from businesses, okay? I think, or foundations. As I said, I think if there's anyone who's the most meaningful foundations in the space are the ones who are in the social impact race for the reasons that I set out, right? Now, there is an absolute requirement for most foundations to understand. If I look at it from the foundation side, first to understand that the capital that you put in for results has to be much more patient,
while than maybe capital that you put in most other spheres. That's number one. Second, in understanding that if you want to solve the stickiest problems, then you will have to, sort of get your hands dirty and grapple with things that you may not often understand, which may not be within the business space of things. That's not how. The complication of working out in society is that there are many more externalities as compared to, let's say, a particular business process, etc. And therefore, the kind of risks and bets you might want to take are have to be driven by a different skill set and by a different sort of DNA. So that's one. The third is to understand public systems. Understand public systems and look at, apply same standards of review, same standards of governance expectations to work that you do with public systems and accord that kind of respect. So here's an example that I'm giving. So we work, one of the efforts that we have is to make entire panchayats or villages child labor free. Okay. Now the question that comes up is, who declares a panchayat child labor free? I can't go and do that. It has to be the panchayat as the basic building block of Indian democracy, as Shrikant was saying. Now, here's a dilemma that we have as a foundation, right? If you want to do that, then there's a village education register that each of the panchayats, they aren't mandated to do that, but they start doing that after conversations with us and of their own volition. Now, when this program is evaluated at our end and we are asked for data from the village education register, now, as a foundation, our call is, do I really have access to that data? Because that's the data of an elected body of the country. Can I really take scans of the register and keep it with us and evidence, create that evidence? Because then while I'm building up the governance mechanism, I'm not respecting the integrity of what we are building up. So these are calls that foundations need to take so that, effective public policy work or integration happens with public systems. That is, I think that's one. The other key part is the magic happens because I think the risk capital that is there in that foundations can allocate is much higher. You need to take risks and set up, the correct models which can then feed into public policy. That's one. But I still think, and like Shrikant was saying, I mean, the idea is not to be cheeky, but I also honestly think that the expectation from foundation should not only be in financial terms. Should not only be in terms of resource capital and look at foundations as pots of money, because that is very, very suboptimal and not good for collaboration at all. Right? And also an understanding of how business governances and decisions work within public systems. And that's why a lot of our work are with administrative training institutes, etc., where outstanding budding bureaucrats actually understand how businesses work and think, and thereby the value of the session that we're having today also.
Thank you. So Pepin would like to make some observations.
Hi, Shrikant and Saurabh. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of our school and university, once again, I would like to thank both of you. Both of you shared your thoughts, which are very, very relevant, not only for our students, but also for the university as a whole. So I would like to thank you for that. Saurabh, I have one question for you. And I'm not going to confront you aggressively, what Shrikant said, but I am going to provoke you. Right. We have been associated with the Tata Steel for a very long time, particularly me. But I have one problem with the two founding principles of Sri Thorajji Tata. Community is the purpose of business.
Sorry, Professor Pepin, I just lost your audio for a second, please. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you now.
Can I come again?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah. So I was going to talk to you about the two founding principles. That is, the community is the purpose of business, and what is good for India is good for Tatas. I have been doing little research on the very concept of CSR, and of course Tatas have been always spoken as a model for CSR, which we are very proud of it. But I feel, there is an inherent exploitation in in these two principles itself. It silences the voices of the people. You have already created an image uh, with a hidden agenda so that nobody can question you. So this is my observation. So what is your comment on that? When you say community is the purpose of business, you have already silenced the community. When you say what is good for India is good for datas, you have already silenced India. So that is my observation. Okay.
No, I think this, sure. So I think this does merit a longer conversation, of course. Okay, but at least between us. So I think the other part of what I said also was to keep dialogue alive, on what's going on. And I mean, to me, if I have to react instinctively to what you're saying, I think what we are also trying to do is to keep, as I said, the difference between a consultation process and the difference between having a dialogue where it really matters. I think, at least for Tata Steel, we have we have large scale programs around built entirely around dialogue and concepts around identity, etc., where and sometimes the feedback is not very good. Not very good in the sense, as I again, as Srikanth was saying, and it's okay to have dialogue around that. If there is a certain perception, if there is a certain fact, and so one of the priorities for us to have that conversation going, with the people who really matter. So to us, I think I don't think either of the statements were with an intent to silence the recipients of those statements, and the reason I made those statements were more as guiding lights in what we do internally. And having said that, I think the one priority that we have internally is to keep the dialogue going, and most of our efforts of programs, etc., borrow richly from the dialogue process, including feedback sometimes which may not be charitable to what you do. And at least, and if I can go back, Professor Pepin, also to the point that I was making on leadership DNA and how what we are trying to build, part of it is also to make sure that the dialogue happens when when no one is watching. It is not happening because there's a mandate. It's not happening because there's this thing. It's just happening as a very organic way of doing business. Most of our efforts are very community intensive. I mean, our businesses are the edges are very blurred as far as community and business are concerned, and then that's how we look at it. I don't know if that answers that, but at least that's what I instinctively wanted to share with you. But I will take up this conversation with them. I'm really curious to understand where you're coming from.
Now we open the floor for questions from audience. You can kindly come here, introduce yourself and ask questions.
Siddharth, Srikanth Viswanathan sir. Sir, you have told that public policy needs urgent, patient and constructive engagement. Even Henry Kissinger, one of the best foreign policy advisor, US foreign secretary, he has told that most of the foreign policy problem you cannot solve, you can manage. India-China border problem, Durand line, you cannot solve the problem throughout the edges, but you can manage the problem. So through urgent, patience and constructive engagement, do you want to say that public policy, the same principle applicable, public policy is infinite game, just like Operation Blackboard during the time of Rajiv Gandhi, or Sarva Sikha Vision during the time of Vajpayee, and today throughout the universal education. So it's an infinite game. If we try to connect it through game theory, finite game, just like basketball, football, where the rule is defined, we cannot apply that rule. So entire public policy dimension needs that kind of perception through urgent, patience and constructive engagement.
A great question. It appears to be very deep. I must confess that I'm not even an amateur in game theory, but in my view, the answer is yes and no. I'll start with the no first. The no first being that unlike foreign policy, I don't understand foreign policy either, but I'm just taking off from the analogy that you gave. Unlike foreign policy, here we are not just trying to manage human development problems. We are indeed trying to improve human development outcomes. We are trying to benchmark what is that basic quality of life that the state should provide to every citizen. We are improving the current state of affairs and taking them closer to that benchmark. And through a variety of public policy interventions, they could be laws, they could be policies, they could be budgeting and resource allocation decisions, they could be other forms of intervention. So that's the no part of my response to you, to saying we are not just trying to manage, we are trying to progressively improve, accelerate the pace of change, increase the coverage, so that we are able to touch and engage and benefit more and more number of citizens. We are trying to engender greater voice and agency for citizens and so on. So it's not just about managing, it's just about depth and scale. Certainly, it's not just about managing a status quo or managing a state of affairs in that sense. The reason I would be also saying yes is you yourself gave an example of how public policy programs, how human development programs are conceived and how they grow, how they mature over a period of time. As they become better and better, as different governments take charge, as more innovative ideas come into play, and as you start working from a different pace, because when you start the program, you're perhaps at a low base, then you move to a slightly higher trajectory. By the time it reaches the second avatar of that program, if you will, then it reaches a much higher trajectory of change. And therefore, you have scope for innovation, you have scope for ambitious scale and so on. So to that extent, the answer is yes, that there is no end to participatory governance or strengthening state capacities. Because as time goes by, as society, we figure out that there are different challenges confronting us. There are different contexts which keep evolving. So one of my recent learnings has been that context is queen and content is only king. That in public policy, it's the context that matters a lot more than content, right? Which is why we care about voice and agency, which is why we care about the voice of communities. So, so I would say that because context is where the conversation will happen and where the solutions will get implemented as well. There is no end to this. It's an ongoing, as long as there is society, there will be democracy. As long as there is democracy, there are always competing interests, competing demands, competing points of view, competing ideas, which is a good thing. And then there will always be, a manthan of ideas from which some amrit will come out. So, so yes.
Good evening, good afternoon, sir. I hope you're doing well. I am Kathy, first year in the Masters in Public Policy and Governance. And my question is to Mr. Roy. Tata Steel Foundation was in news for their invaluable efforts towards the society during the global pandemic. If I'm to mention, especially with the vaccination campaigns and the awareness. Being a raw example of civil society business interaction, what were some key important lessons that from this activity which we should learn as policy students? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for that question. No, that's an interesting one. First is, I think as policy students, the first question, the first call that we took, there are certain things that were apparent that were, in the news or in the media. Vaccination, I think what we tried to do was there were two approaches to vaccination, right? We also got into private vaccination, where we procured directly from the makers of the vaccines along with the government and actually administered them in the farthest areas, right? Which is where what we helped set up was actually the cold chains to deliver the vaccines, and then I think that is where our sort of capabilities came in useful, and the same ones were leveraged by whether they were the bureaucrats on the ground or etc. That there was a lot of help on that. So as I think sometimes as students of public policy, there are sometimes private systems can move faster than public systems. and then there are because of essential and correct safeguards that are built into the public systems. So how do you look at, leveraging private systems in a correct manner so that they complement public systems was something that wherever that was happening well, our programs are happening really, really well. Okay, so because the correct permissions were coming in and the correct risks were being taken. Please also remember this is a time when the Disaster Management Act completely decentralizes powers to the at the district level, right? So that power exists. So that's one. Second, I think there's a large parts of our vaccination effort was through a portal called Apno Ki Suno, where we realized that the vaccine hesitation wasn't really being addressed by big leaders actually making that decision or urging people to come in. It's just a question of, because it's such an endemic fear or a personal choice that you ideally would want to hear that either from someone who you trust, or there's someone who's coming and urging you to take a vaccine with no reason at all. You just wonder, why is this person so itne shiddat se mere piche kyun hai? So that's why we created this network of about 32,000 volunteers, and that led to, if I remember right, about 21 lakh vaccines being administered purely through this processes. Sometimes, to go back to the point of civic leadership and etc. that Shrikant was making and we were talking about, sometimes, how does public policy feed into some of these things which are not tangible, the intangibles, and how does one feed into, the spirit of citizenship, the things like making people stand by each other. So sometimes, yeah, that becomes a big learning. I mean, everything else is frankly, I think, policy. I mean, there's an entire session we can do on a healthcare policy overlap, that systems improvement that needs to come out of that. Kathy, these two to me were the stickiest points, and where this was happening well from a public policy perspective. It was happening. It was magic. And the other thing, as public policy students, is to recognize the fact that sometimes the outreach of public policy, we've gone wrong. I think we've made that error with teachers in the country, burdening them with so much work for everything. The public health cadres at that time also, every single thing would come down to the ASHA worker or the A&M worker, etc. So how does public policy recognize that it's not just that piece of paper? There's an entire cadre of people with the right incentives that need to go out and implement that. To me, apart from systems, that was a huge, not just public policy lesson, it was a lesson for us also in terms of how we implement our programs and how we look at our own field stuff. So 3 things, if that helps you, Kathy.
So much, sir.
Thank you.
Very much esteemed panelists. So we will be ending the session. It was quite fruitful, and we gained a lot of insights into public policy and business, and of course democracy and citizenship. So over to you.
Am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yes.
So with this, we come to the end of the second panel, wherein we had the opportunity to engage in a spirited interaction with the students. Thank you, Mr. Vishwanathan, for elucidating the guiding principles that we as civic leaders could follow as abundant reservoirs of possibility, leaving behind an indelible mark on positive welfare and development. Thank you, Mr. Roy, for your deeply impactful words on the connection between dynamic businesses and rooting it in the societal good, which is extremely essential for us to understand as policy students. Thank you once again. I would now like to end with this conclave. On behalf of my CAS team, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to respected Vice Chancellor, Father Anthony R. Uveri, for allowing us to successfully organize the conclave, Father Anthony Raj, for our registrar, for inaugurating the session with his kind words, and Professor S. Pepin, our dean, for his invaluable support and guidance in setting the entire flow of the event. We are obliged to Dr. Sashmit Patra for taking out his valuable time and delivering the keynote address. We are indebted to our esteemed panelists, Dr. Das, Mr. Roy, Mr. Vishwanathan, and our collaborators for ImpactX, Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Chattopadhyay, the representatives from Quality Council of India, for accepting our invitations and sharing their vital insights and inputs. We are grateful to faculty and staff members of the School of Governance and Public Affairs and the team of technical and management support. Lastly, I would like to thank our CAS faculty coordinator, Professor Johnny Arokiraj, without whose persistent support this event wouldn't have been possible. We bring this event to a conclusion by extending our heartiest gratitude to the zealous audience for being so interactive throughout the course of the event. We are hopeful you had an informative time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.